Good morning, everybody. We're back with another episode of Stock Dads TV. We didn't, a couple of the traders had some things going on yesterday, so we didn't have our normal session on Monday, but we're back today. Aaron, it was 63 degrees yesterday is the high, and I woke up this morning and we got 3 inches of snow on the ground.
Yeah, you're getting what we had yesterday. We're a balmy 16 right now.
Jeez, unreal. All right, well, I'll let you get into it.
All right, sounds good. Morning, everybody. Morning, Laura, Miss Amanda, good morning. Miss Mary Rose, good morning. Miss Tamika, good morning. Ladies are taking over. Darren, what's up? Even 45 degrees in Florida. Wow. Man, get the milk, bread, and eggs down there. Be freaking out. Good morning, RC. All right, guys. I'll give everybody a minute or so here to get in. Remember, today's pre-FOMC, so things could get weird. Yeah, that's right. It's supposed to, I was just looking before we got on, and it's supposed to be like 70 something Saturday. So it's supposed to be cold here tomorrow. Not cold, but cold 45. And then today's going to suck. Just embrace the suck today all the way around. It's snowing again. And then 45 and then 70 something by Saturday. So get through these next couple days to be good to go. Yeah, I saw that, Amanda. Everything Midwest to East is getting slammed. So we'll see. Just another day closer to spring. That's how I'm looking at it. Morning, Mr. Wealth. All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. So starting off on news. Now, again, today's the first day before FOMC, right? So, or the last day before FOMC. Okay, so especially this afternoon, things could get weird. Nothing has to make sense, along with obviously everything geopolitical going on. Friday is triple witching, so as we get further and further into the week, it's definitely could be a volatile week. But starting off with what's right in front of us here, at 10 a.m. we have these pending home sales. All right, and that's pretty much it for today. All right, but then going into tomorrow, right, we've got PPI at 8:30, and then our FOMC and press conference at 2 and 2:30. So tomorrow we'll get more into that, but it's definitely be volatile. Now they're still forecasting a rate pause, and we'll get more into that as we go along. But what's right in front of us today, right? Pending home sales at 10. All right. Okay. So let's get into it here. We've got a lot to cover. Oh, nice. Heading to South Carolina. There you go. I almost thought like a couple weeks ago I was just going to get on a plane and like just go south just for like a couple days to make myself feel better. Anyway, all right. Let's get to it. All right, there we go. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, remember, we're going into rollover, right? So what we're looking at here is the new contract. Now, when we go to the when we go to the continuous, okay, all we're doing, okay, here's the continuous contract. And when we take this low from 1580, because remember, we're going to roll over and they just cut and paste it wherever the price is. So TradingView, you've already rolled over, I know that. But all we're doing is taking these 1580s down here to this 3019, and we're just cutting and pasting that draw onto our new contract. Okay, so when we go to VXJ, which is the new one, that's what that is right there. Okay, we're just drawing that 1580 to our 3019s up here. So that's all you have to do on the excuse me, on the J contract, and that will give you this, okay, trading view. All right. So that's what we would ultimately need to get through. Okay. Or these 2130s, you don't need to round down, just subtract a tick, 2125s. Okay. Now on the intraday, here's what we're looking at. Coming off of our highs, right? We had our pullbacks right there. And those went to and through their profit targets. All right, now we've been in this extension, and this extension is holding. We haven't seen this in a while. Okay. So from that low on the J contract of 2420, that was put in on the 16th, lows to lows. We held that yesterday, right? We didn't break it. 72, round up to 75, add a tick, 80. We didn't break it. Okay, we traded 75. And that profit target's down here. Well, overnight, we bounced off that massive support again, but couldn't get through the extension again. And we're falling. We're making new lows on the VIX right now. Okay, so this is bullish, right? This is bullish for the indices. So we'll see if we get down to this profit target, one of two things is going to happen. It's going to bounce and we'll just go same anchor to new low, or we're going to go through it, right? And if we go through it, we could go into even more aggressive lows to lows on the VIX. Okay, so this is pointing bullish right now for the indices. Okay, so any questions on that? Any questions on that with the whole rollover and trading view thing and all that stuff? All right, it was pretty exciting to see this morning, right? When we got up and saw that extension had still held. Because if that extension broke, right, we're going into a brand new uptrend on the VIX. Okay, and that'd be more downside on the indices. But that's where we are. That's where we're sitting right now. All right, looking pretty positive. All right, any questions? Okay. All right, everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on to our financials. Now, here's Bank. Now, Bank is in, much larger short setups, but on the intraday, okay, we still have room to squeeze back into this next resistance. Now, remember, Bank's just an index, right? It doesn't have to be technical. And when it's rising, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. When it's falling, that puts a headwind against the indices. All right. But if we look at last Wednesday's lows to highs, Wednesday's lows to Friday's highs, you can see we broke this the first time, but this would be the middle of that kind of pseudo range here. So we'll see if Bank lifts off, right? We've got all this room. Okay. So we would have Bank strength and VIX weakness, right? Two things that are bullish for the indices. Okay. All right, so that's where our financials are. Now, moving on to the actual ES. So we're going into rollover on the indexes or the indices as well. So here's what we're watching. On the on the continuous contract, okay? So if you look, come on, there we go. It did break this next short. Now, on the new contract, it didn't do this, but I'll go over that in a second. Okay, so regardless of how you draw this, that new short setup right there broke. Okay, so what we're watching, all right, are these lows to highs. And that's what we're working off of. Okay, so these last Friday, lows to highs. All right, that's pretty much inverse of the VIX, that extension short right there. Okay. Now, when we move to the new one, why is that not on there? Okay. When we move to the new one, all right, it didn't break that short setup. So regardless, there's still this long below us. All right. from last Friday, lows to highs. All right, there's the pullback right there. So I'm watching the new contract now. All right. And coming out of our overnight or our early morning, we started holding these long setups right there. Okay, so the VIX and Bank are both pointing bullish, and our indices are in longs. Okay, we haven't seen this in a while. All right, so we'll continue to watch this going into the morning. Now, all we're going to really pay attention to is if the VIX continues this downtrend. If the VIX continues to melt, we can look for long entries into the indices. All right, now if the VIX would dip into this low and take off, then we'd have to take that into consideration. But as of right now, we've got the VIX falling, which again, I can't stress how important that is. That the VIX is the leader, right? So as we go into the morning, let's look at our gap fill. Our gap fill is at 67.53.75. Here was our 20 points below, and we bounced right off that, leading us in, and now we've overshot the gap fill to the upside. So we'll look at these 53.75, 63.75. Let's look at 73.75. See if I can get it. Almost. Real close. All right, 73.75. Okay, so there we go. So we'll see here this morning as we get, closer to the open, if we squeeze higher into these potential resistance levels, into those 20 points, and see if those 20 points will lead us down in the direction of the gap fill. All right. Now, we definitely, after that gap fills, if we bounce off that gap fill, right, we definitely don't want to stand in front of the indices. All right, especially if the VIX is continuing to fall, right? Because we could get a massive squeeze after we fill the gap. Okay, so that's what we're watching going into the morning. I almost am hesitant to even keep that short drawn up there, but we will. Now, what we're not hoping for is, not that the markets listen to us, but is we don't want to just chill out on top of this until we open. We want to keep stretching this rubber band far enough away that we can snap back into the fill. Okay, so we'll see as we get closer to the end of the call here where we're sitting, in relation to the fill. Okay, so there's the ES. Obviously, it's in longs, the VIX is in shorts, right? Moving on to the NASDAQ. Now, here's the NASDAQ in the M contract, the new contract, right? Same thing. From our lows, right, on Friday to our highs. Bang, there we go. And now we're starting this trend off of our lows, right? There was our pullback, right there. Okay. Now, I'm not drawing up any extensions or this next long setup for the simple fact that, we need to watch the ES gap fill, right? Because that's going to lead the NASDAQ as well. Okay. So we'll see if we can stretch this far enough away, especially up to these 20 points, right? And see if we can get an entry into the fill. And let's look at that real quick, where that would be in relation. If we do get to that 20 points, right? That would bring us down. We'd still be in this long setup. So we could fill the gap and then lift off. We'll see. It's going to be all about what the VIX does, right? But we'll see as we make that squeeze right up into those resistance and that 20 points. And you're going to see the NASDAQ, follow right along. Okay? So we'll just let the ES gap fill and the VIX be your guide. All right. Okay, now moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now the YM did not break. I'm looking at the continuous still. The YM did not break that short. But here's the long off of lows. All right, right there. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. So there's the YM. Now we're anticipating that, yes, it's going to break this short setup and continue these longs, but we need make sure you watch bank when we open up, right? Because banks, it's the most, or the YM and the Russell is the most sensitive to banks movements. Okay, so that's where the YM's sitting. So we'll see once bank opens up what direction we get moving. Now on the Russells a little bit different. So the Russells, here's that short setup on the Russells. Okay, obviously it didn't break. The Russells did break this long though. The one that all the other indices are holding, the Russells broke that. But we're not going to get too excited about that because it's the only one, right? It's the only one of the indices that hasn't held that long setup. And we'll see where bank opens up, right? In what direction we get moving. Okay. And if bank starts to rally, it's definitely going to drag the YM and the Russells higher. Okay. So we'll see. But all of these indices, right, as of right now, are bullish right along with the bearishness on the VIX. We haven't quite gotten to this target yet. So we'll see when we get down there. See if that target would line up with our 20 points or roundabout in that area. All right. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions on any of that? As you guys are thinking, give me 1 second here. Any questions? Anybody? Anybody? No? All right. Morning, Idris. Okay. All right, there we go. We'll see what happens when the VIX gets to this target here. Mr. VIX, here you go, Idris. We're looking at the new contract, right? We're still in these extension shorts from March 16th, that low at 24.20, right, to our lows. There's that extension short we're still holding. And there's the target right there. So we're going to see what happens when we get to that profit target. All right. There we go. Got it. All right. Okay. All right. Moving on. Now, Bitcoin. Bitcoin hit a profit target. Okay. That pullback that we've been watching from March 8th. All right. From those lows, there's number one. There's number two. Front run to 38.2. See how we tap that target, right to the tick. And there we go. Okay. Here's number three. So we're going to be watching this profit target, or this 38.2 right here. That's what got front run this last time. Right there. Right. So there we go. Remember, we've got that larger resistance above us, that larger, these larger short setups. We're still in the winter, the crypto winter. This is just a counter trend leading us up into that resistance level. Okay. All right. So there's our pullbacks falling down into this support. Okay. All right. Now, crude oil. Okay. So crude oil. Yeah, let's go there. All right. So crude oil came out of these highs, right? We've been talking about this from this high that we put in on the 9th. Okay, to our lows. That right there. Okay, so crude oil ran into that short. It didn't break. Right? It didn't break. So we were watching for this first pullback coming out of that high to lead us down into possible support below us. And that's what we've gotten. Okay, let me get rid of this. All right, and you'll see right there. So that first pullback off of highs held. Right, so that is leading us down. We've got targets down here at 90.77. And we'll see how far these shorts lead us down, right? They could, we just continue in shorts until they break. Okay? We can at least get down or close to these 89.50s down here. Okay? But that's what we're watching right there. Okay? Once we would break this opposing move, whoa, not that. Once we would break this opposing move here, which we almost have. My goodness. There we go. Once we would break these 95.03s right there, once we would break that, we could draw that next highs to lows and sell into those pullbacks too to lead us down. Okay, we haven't quite gotten there yet. All right, but there you go. There's that short we drew up yesterday. Okay. All right, so there's crude oil falling. Now, gold and silver. All right, here's gold. Now, on gold, okay, we've been waiting on this pullback for a while. This has been setting up for a while. From February 2nd to our highs on March 2nd. Okay, that's down here. We haven't quite gotten there. All right, but we are starting to get some dollar weakness now. I'll show you that in a second. And that would be bullish for the precious metals. So the next short that we're looking for to potentially break and change trend are from these Friday's highs to lows, from these 51.28.50s to these lows at 49.70. Okay. So if we see us pop our head over these 50.68s right here, okay, and we don't run all the way up, then we could look for pullbacks that would begin to lead us higher. But that's our resistance that's holding us down. Okay, right there on gold. All right, but again, if we can continue in some dollar weakness trades, it's going to put a nice tailwind behind gold and silver. So I'll have to keep an eye on that to see if gold can break that 50.68. Okay, and then maybe give us an opportunity on a pullback. All right, now silver. Okay, here's silver. Now silver's made this pullback, right? So this initial pullback that we had yesterday, all right, there was an extension short that broke, and this was our first pullback. We almost got there. Now we didn't hit this target. Okay, we never got there. So we're just leaving this draw where it is, right? We don't move it until it breaks a 61.8 or it hits a target. So there's the pullback, and we're coming right back down to support. So we'll see if we lift off here, right, with our dollar weakness, see if we can lift off, get to these targets, and, then we're going to have to, pay attention to see if we can get through these shorts. But what's right in front of us right now is we're coming right back down to this support level, okay? And if this support holds, which it has already, that can lift us off up into these 82.92 targets up here that we haven't hit yet. Okay, this is a good example of not moving the draw until we either hit a target or break a 61.8. If you look, that's tight. We're going to leave it right there. Okay. All right, so there's silver. Now, when we get to the dollar, okay, dollar's potentially changing trend. We talked about this yesterday. We've been watching for this for a while. So here's DXY, not the dollar, but it's a bunch of different currencies put together. It's just an index. So there's our first short off of highs. We were in a series of longs. The longs broke, and there's our first short pullback. Now you're going to see the inverse of this in the euro, or this is inverse of the euro. Okay, because remember, over 50% of this is made up of the euro. All right, so if we continue in these dollar weakness trades, that's going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals and a tailwind behind the indices. All right. So when we get to the actual currencies, here's the dollar yen. Okay. Little sloppy on its pullback. That's fine. That's Fred Flintstone getting his car going. Right. But now we're starting to fall out of those. Okay. Into our next support level. So you can see all this room that we have. All right. And this falling, dollar weakness, right? Dollar weakness, bullish for the precious metals, bullish for the indices. All right, now moving on to the euro. So here's the euro. Remember these extension shorts that we had? All right, those extension shorts broke finally yesterday. After they broke, dropped the first long, okay? And there we go. Tagged it almost perfect, just a beautiful touch right there, right? And rip away from it. So the next resistance level above us that we know about is from our lows on February 5th to our lows. That's that extension short that we've already traded once, right there, twice, right there. Okay, thanks, Edward. All right, so there's that pullback. Now we've touched our highs, right? So we don't want to draw up this long from lows here because we're at the top of the range. So we'll see if we push through this, great, into our targets, great. We'll work off that. If it goes through the target, we'll go highs to highs. If it starts to pull back, we'll draw our, same anchor, new high. But this right here, rising, right? Dollar weakness, okay? Dollar weakness. All right, and it's in dollar weakness trades. Look how perfect that is. That is just awesome. So when we add dollar weakness into VIX weakness, bank potential strength, and our dollar weakness, that's the big three flipping around to the other side and saying bullish on the indices. Okay, what drives our markets are pushing the indices higher. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the VIX is not quite here yet. We'll see what happens when we get down to those profit targets. Okay, but the VIX is trending down. Indices are up. Dollar weak or weakening. Okay, so the big three now. I mean, bank's not open yet, but if bank does gap up and head higher, then we're going to have our big three pointing bullish instead of our big three pointing bearish, which is what's been going on for the past couple weeks. Okay. All right. So indices could have a little hitch in their giddy up here as we move through the day. Okay. And not that this is a trading decision, or don't make trading decisions off of this, but typically we will be bullish going into FOMC. Okay. Again, don't use that to make trading decisions. It's just kind of typically how it goes. Okay. Let price tell you everything you need to know. Okay. All right. Any questions? I know that was a lot, but oh, I think I got it. I know it's a lot, but we got a lot going on. All right. Any questions, anybody? Anything you guys want to see again? Everybody good? We got a little time, so anything you guys want to see? Good. Okay. All right, cool. Well, good to be back on TV with you guys. Short extension on euro, yes. The original one we were in, Amanda, was from, hang on, let me go out a little bit more. There we go. So you guys can see it. There we go. All right, from these lows on February 5th, That low right there, 117.65. So lows. Remember, this was the one that we traded once. Right there. We traded once. We went to and through the target. So we went into our new extension. That finally broke. Now we're holding the long back up into the same anchor, new low, extension short right there. So we got plenty of room. Plenty of room up into those 158.80s. Okay. And then if those don't hold, holy cow, right? For some reason we get up there and those don't hold, indices, we're going to be flying. Okay. Very welcome, Amanda. Very welcome. Anything else, anybody? Everybody good? Okay. It's good to see a little bullishness here. It's good to see the VIX not just ripping higher. All right. Remember, we got news at 10. So not major news, but it'll cause a little blip. So probably not the best idea to put on a new trade right at 10 o'clock. Don't want to get whipsawed. Okay. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys at noon. If you got any questions, let me know. Stay warm for most of us. Tyler, you got us? Tyler? Well, thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Mary Rose. Hopefully, Tyler. No? Okay, what do you guys want to talk about? Anything you guys want to go over? We got a little time here because Tyler's not back on yet. So what do you guys need? What do you want to look at? You've got me at your disposal till Tyler comes on. Oh, I forgot I'm on camera. I need to stop messing around. Okay. Anybody? Anything you want to talk about? Anything. Peaky Blinders movie coming out Friday, right? Big deal. Hopefully you guys are all excited about that. Oh, the silver deliveries. Yeah, let's look at that real quick, Mary Rose. I haven't looked at that in a couple days. See how much trouble they are in. All right. Okay. Well, let's see. Oh, wrong screen. Hang on. Where did it go here? There we go. Okay. Oh, they pushed it out a little bit. So depletion estimate 86 days now. Still under extremely high stress. There's the silver inventory right there. Remember, this was at 70. All they need is one more little server error, shut them down for another couple hours, and let all the orders that aren't marked good to cancel fall off, and they'll keep pushing this out. So based on the 30-day withdrawal pace, the COMEX has 86 days of silver left. All right, so we'll see. Interesting. Absolutely interesting. So there you go, Mary Rose. We were bullish, but New York potentially still went their fill. Yes, absolutely. That's why we're watching those 20 points, Tamika. Yep, because those 20 points are right at that high. We could fall back down into the fill. VIX makes a little squeeze, and then Wall Street lifts us off. Yep, absolutely. That's good thinking, Tamika, because that's normally what happens. We'll get a bunch of people chasing this high, right? We'll get a bunch of people chasing this high, and then we'll trade in the direction of the fill. Wall Street will get its fill and then take off. That website is, I'll post that for you guys. There we go. All right, there's that site, guys. There you go, Mary Rose. Okay. I don't know if that linked or not. Yeah, I guess it did. I don't know. It's Gold Silver AI. Goldsilver.ai. Very welcome. It's funny, like when people tell you to like go to a website and they're like, go to // // I'm like, bro, I ain't typing all that in. Like, send me a link. How lazy is that, Tamika, when we start like, no, there's too many slashes and forward this and ain't doing it. Just send me the link. Okay. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great morning. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys, we'll be live trading with Zach today. Zach will be on the trade with us. That's a crazy light coming in the window. I was like, what is that blue shining? But yeah, we'll have Zach on to trade live here. Should be back on in the next 15-20 minutes. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys here in just a little bit.
What's going on? How we doing? Yes. Not a whole lot, to be honest with you. I'm just watching the indices right now. We're kind of getting a little bit of a push here, but it's just kind of a tricky spot because NQ and ES still are just in this kind of range area. You know, the daily EMAs are right on top of us, so we could get a push through it, yes, but I have to assume it won't. At least the initial go. Um, and then as far as individual names, I've been trying really my best to stick to some post earnings names or just be very selective with the setups I do take. And I have a couple. Nothing like too crazy. The focus the last week or so has been on futures, but kind of just run through the list quickly here. Um, and also, I will talk about oil because I've been trading oil for the last week or two as well. But
Ooh, okay.
the first up here is in Nebius. This is one that I actually made a video on last week around Tuesday. I identified that the daily was getting very, very close to flipping. And I figured, okay, if the daily can get a little bit more of a push through this like 98, 97 area, that we could flip the daily and then, go. And obviously we had this monstrous gap. I've been looking for some type of pullback entry since then. Kind of had this daily 1, 2, 3, which I didn't take, and now here we are. We got a huge gap. So we do have a big unopened gap. However, we're gapping right down to the hourly 20. So I'm kind of hoping we do something where like we get a really crazy wick immediately down to like 115s or so, and then we can go long from there. It wouldn't fill the gap completely, but it'd be pretty close. And we kind of work back into this Friday range a little bit. So that's kind of one thing that I am watching for, is a long for a dip buy in there. Then next up, I'm watching AA. I initially was in this, then got shaken out. Was red, then green, then red, then green, and then red, and then I ended up just selling. Now it kind of rallied back. Spent the last couple of days going sideways, looking pretty good in there. So above like the 67, 68s, we're kind of breaking out of this multi-month base, and we're pretty much wide open. We had a really, really crazy move last year, from like November to the start of this year. We went from like 35 to 65 or 67 or so. Now we're getting even a larger push, and or I should say larger consolidation, ready for the next leg, next push up towards like 78 to $80. So that's definitely something I am watching for. Then I'm watching NUAI, which is just kind of a cheaper name that just flipped the daily. I'll be looking for a dip buy up to 698s and then $9. And then the last stock that I'm watching is an AAOI. This has been a strong name, but I've been saying that I'm gonna wait for a daily 20 EMA tag, which we're getting very close to. So if we can get a dip to like 87s, 88s, I'd look to potentially go long there on AAOI. And that's what I got.
Okay.
That's what I got.
Interesting action on the indices here.
Oh yeah.
Getting strong here before market open. I know we got to watch the gap fill still, but starting to run away a bit here.
Yeah.
See the Dow above previous day's high. Q's not quite. Looks like ES, although did the indice contracts roll over?
Yes, I believe they did.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm kind of just watching SPY and QQQ today, just because the charting's always a little bit weird when you first roll over.
And then just kind of wrapping up quickly, I talked about oil and gold and silver a little bit, but with oil, I've been looking to look for a pop back under the opening print to short, and then from there targeting first yesterday low at 93s, and then down towards the daily 8 at like 90 and a half or so. And then as far as gold and silver go, I'm leaning short here as long as we can stay under 81.2s and yesterday low for gold and silver. If we're above, then scalps to the upside can work, but I prefer shorts. So I'm open to either way. But above yesterday high, I probably will not be looking for shorts.
Yeah, Frank, I forgot to hit the button here when I first launched. I just realized that. I did mention Zach's on his started trading his Traderfi live account. That was back when I was muted. I saw it like right away, but I just hit the button and Zach was talking, Frank. So I just let it roll. Good morning, Afot. Good morning.
So we have about 6 minutes here. Was there news this morning, or
I don't think there was anything today. I think what FOMC's tomorrow, right?
I don't know. I mean, we got pretty much a 200-point rally straight up. I mean, like 1 to 2 sideways bars, but like that was pretty much it.
Yeah, there's no high impact news today. Tomorrow we have PPI, we have the FOMC, the interest rate decision, and all that good stuff. But yeah, there was nothing today that's like on the economic calendar at least.
Yeah.
Now maybe there's some geopolitical stuff that came out.
I don't know. We pretty much rallied. I mean, we rallied from overnight lows even more, but you know, from kind of the pivot low around, what time was that? Like almost an hour and a half ago, 8 Eastern. Ran 200 points pretty much in a straight line up.
Jeez, yeah, I'm gonna have to. We'll see here. On QQQ, I'm watching 602.73 and 601.54. Above that, it's got some room up to 606s.
So SPY is like right above yesterday high, and Qs are right below. The Russell is about 10, 15 points, like 13 points below. The Dow is just breaking above now.
Do you guys get any snow in New York, Zach?
No,
Man, we went from a high of 63 yesterday to like 2 inches of snow before I went to bed at night. It was wild.
oh man, wow, that's wild.
Such an insane swing.
Yeah.
Q's not above their open, SPY just above. So the Dow and the SPY both above. We got about 2 minutes till market open here.
I would say if we do fill the gap, I'd be aggressive with longs there. I just don't know if I can take longs near the open here.
Yeah, agreed.
A big resistance. Because also the gap fill, I mean, like it feels far away because we just like literally rocketed straight up on the indices, but it's not that far away. You know, about $3 on Qs. So about $3 on SPY. So I mean, it wouldn't be the craziest thing, but we'll see. I mean, at least a retest of like 24,930s would make sense, I feel. If not, you know, a full gap, which is like that 6015s or so on Qs. Let's see. All right, we're opening up here, guys.
Dow and the Russell strong out of the gate with and ES a little bit weaker.
Mm-hmm. I think the best path is that dip, especially if you get 24,935s or so, 6015s and Q, excuse me.
Order filled.
I don't know if you guys heard that. I'm just testing this platform out. That wasn't an actual trade.
The Dow did get a decent push there. I always get skeptical with the bigger gaps, especially on the Dow or the Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like a 300, almost 300 point gap, like 270 or so on the Dow.
Order filled.
So Qs are above yesterday high now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a nice bounce off 602.73 on QQQ here.
AAOI and UAI didn't quite get down to where I wanted. I'm still watching.
That's the heck of a ticker name.
I know, right?
It sounded like you were like rapping there first. I mean, I'm actually, Frank. I actually didn't. I'm messing around, testing out this like new platform. I was just like, so I was just dabbling. It wasn't a real trade. It wasn't a real trade. That being said, I feel like I kind of missed the cues off of 602.73. After the initial push down, I was hoping we came a little lower.
We do have a gap on the upside, which maybe wants. Let's see.
Yeah, up at the. Are you talking about the indices, or are you talking about a different name?
Yeah.
Yeah. Solid 5-minute close there. Trying to decide what I want to do here. VIX might have a little support here.
Yeah, still skeptical of a long. Even though I can see a long working from here, we're just now getting even further from this gap. So you can kind of go either way, which I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Because we are at pretty much the daily 8 year EMA area. We could push higher. We do have room to do so. But I would like to see a little bit more data if going to do that route. I have some alerts set, but AOI might have already bottomed, which I don't love, but we'll see. We'll see. Any point under the opening print now, I'd probably look to short gold or silver. Need to wait under that open. Or I would consider it from a little bit higher, like the hourly 20, which is near yesterday high on gold. It's like 50, 45s or so. Oil's kind of in a weird spot. We are getting near this NUAI here. Let's see. If we get a little bit lower, I think I'll take that dip buy.
on NUAI.
Yeah, I want to see us go a little bit lower to like 5.8 to 5.6 or 5.77. We're pretty much there. All right, may actually look to maybe take a starter.
We got NQNES kind of flagging a bit on the 2-minute here. They did pop new highs there and are kind of failing to go higher.
If we get a little bit more of a dip, I think I'm going to take some NUAI. It kind of already did dip. I'm just going to
Bro, is that a house phone?
Yeah, sorry, it's my thing here.
No, I didn't know anybody had house phones anymore. Oh man, I was just looking at the QQQ options. Ah man, I wanted to pull the trigger on 606s and I freaking didn't. And now she's taken off. It's alright, we'll just hold off for now. Looks like it's gonna run right there now.
I tried getting it filled in the NUAI. It didn't get filled, so now I'm just going to wait. Wait.
Honestly, options aren't as pricey as I kind of expected them to be.
For the Qs?
Yeah. But they've been pricier the last few months. They don't seem as bad today. New lows on the VIX there with that pop higher.
All right, I just got filled for a starter position in the NUAI. I got the 5.5s at 1.25. I was trying to get them at like 1.2, but
Afaut's asking which cons for NUAI. April 5.5 or 7.5.
Yep. The April 17th 5.5.
April 17th 5.5.
As always, for those in the Discord, I always will signal those, so don't you worry. I'll add if we get down to, I wanted to get it a little bit lower down to like that 5-6-ish area, but if we don't, I just don't want a piece. So if we do, I'll add. So we did get a pullback pretty close to level, 5-minute 8. Okay, I want to see it a little deeper, but yeah, we'll see. Gapped over yesterday high, so we no longer daily inside. So got a piece, got a piece.
All the indices staying strong here. Pre-FOMC run up, eh?
It's possible. It is possible. Oil's looking interesting, but I don't know.
I'll be right back, sir.
Silver and gold rejecting a bit. Still underneath that opening print is where I'm going to look to take that short. Gold is now getting very close to under the opening print. I think I have to wait for the 5-minute to flip down. 5-minute flip down under the opening print for gold and silver. I think that's a short for either and or both of them. AA is also making a move. I'm not taking that right now. But indeed did make a move. This could have worked a little bit, but I want my focus to be silver and gold. The 15 minutes is technically still bullish, so I need the 5 to flip. At least the 2, which is going to try 2 on this bar. For silver, gold as well. So let's see. Let's see. So there's silver and gold kind of bouncing. I think gold is definitely the weaker of the 2 slightly, so I would probably aim there for the short if we do get it. We'll see. Pretty decent bounce. Back to the opening pair. The 2 minute is going to flip down here, but the 5 minute is still flipped up. So if this is going to be a short, it's going to take some time, and it'll probably now be underneath the 50 tens. Like, I'm very torn because like my gut says down, but the entry's not there yet, so I'm trying to like fighting with my gut. So I'm just gonna wait.
Potential little 3-bar play here, but 5 minute.
not really seeing much. I'm still stalking the gold short, but it's not setting up just yet.
You said a gold short?
Yeah, but nothing's setting up just yet. And
Yeah.
Nothing to do in QES.
I know, like if I were to trade anything, it's just like I don't have any.
I still kind of think we fill the gap. It's like
I was kind of thinking that too. But I'm not like we're not.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, look, we're not. I'm in between levels. We're not at VWAP. We're not at a previous day high or low. Like for me to take a trade here, it's not. I mean, it's just not in line with my roles essentially, right? So.
Yeah, the only thing for me is that we have the daily 20 here, which pretty much just tagged on NASDAQ. I would have liked us to go a little bit higher first. It's like 606.5s or so. I could have seen a better R to R there. I mean, it's still possible. But so QQQ and NQ just hit the daily 20. ES is still pretty far, which I mean, it could rally through there. I mean, maybe not. Like, but it just kind of is like, okay, I can't really long here. I'm thinking like a short, but that's kind of lower probability.
Mm-hmm. American Airlines. Or, is that American? No, that's Alcoa. I thought AA would be American Airlines, but apparently it's not. Alcoa. Did you get in it, Frank? It looks like hasn't given much of a pullback.
Still watching gold. It needs to get back under the open though. And silver needs to get back under 81.2s. But we'll see.
Oh man, I'm over here like trying to talk myself into something for the sake of doing it, because we're on stream. But it's like I keep like, why? It's like I kind of want to try a short to see if we can come and fill the gap, but we're above VWAP, we're above previously high, so you're fighting against the trend. So I don't know. Points is ES away.
I feel like this is going to be something, if it does play out, where it's like just kind of a straight shot down, not necessarily like a slow trip. Just got an alert there on like gold. Okay, so the gold's trying to get back under, so that might just be the easier bet for me here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna watch this 5, see if we can flip. If the 5-minute flips down, I think I'm gonna take that gold short price.
So it looks like ES did gap more than 20 points.
ES gapped about like 30.
Yeah, so it's just like it looked like 27, 28.
I kind of just want to take an earlier entry here on gold, but I don't want to jump the gun because the 15 is still up. There's a lot of room down too, so silver is going lower. So that's good. We wanted to see that.
Spine VWAP here.
Either this next bar or the bar after that would potentially flip the 5 minute on gold, which is where I'd look to take that short. Probably the next bar. There's probably one more candle after this.
Here's your AA pullback, Frank. A little bit. Yeah, the gold short looks really solid.
Very tempted to take this gold right now, but I'm gonna at least wait for a 2 minute pause, which we're getting. Need a 5 flip down. Nevis is down to that 115. I'm just going to pass on it for now. But I did see that tag.
I'm gonna try a SPY 675 strike at 74. I'm just gonna do a couple. See if we can hold VWAP here. We didn't get quite to the target. So
Guys, I'm watching the gold for a short under entry would probably be under 50.13. So we're at 50.17, so still needs a little bit more. You just throw it on. See that. Boom. If we can get a 5 minute flip down, we'll take it. We'll take it.
that's not the reaction. tried a few of the SPY guys. Just we pulled back into VWAP and didn't quite reach the target that I thought we could hit on SPY, which is at 674.68. So we'll see if we break below VWAP here. I'll keep a tighter stop on it, but we're looking for kind of a scalp here back up to the level. We'll see if we get it or not.
Still no dice on gold. Still waiting.
Not like anything super high conviction here. We're keeping myself a bit entertained here. Are you not entertained? Not Howard.
There's AAOI now going lower. Let's see. I don't. Because the problem here is I was initially looking to take AAOI Nebis at these lows. However, I mean, the market's pulling back a little right now, but I would like to see AAOI and Nebis pull back as the market was dropping, not necessarily as the market was going up and now just pulling back. So it makes it tougher.
I'm gonna try and give SPY this 5-minute close here. All right, I'm just closing SPY here at 51. So about $25 a contract there. That 2-minute got an ugly close here under VWAP. Looks like we're coming back to the open. That's what happens when you dabble on something that you don't have high conviction on.
It's not the worst thing.
Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't.
In an awkward limbo spot.
Yeah, we are. It was just a little stab. $50 there.
Yeah.
Ooh. I can't find the right temperature. I'm hot. I'm cold.
Still watching gold, but I'm just not sure if we get it. But we'll see.
Yeah, VIX trying to hold support here. FOMC tomorrow as well. Always kind of lowers expectations just a little bit. Just you never know what to expect. I'm echoing. Am I echoing for everybody? Can you hear me now? Yeah. In AAOI calls. Okay. In AAOI calls, can't sell the cons for some reason. False alarm. Interesting. Were you trying to sell them with limit orders? Did you just not get filled? Or does it like reject the order?
That's probably what it is. I guess probably a limit order, not getting filled.
Yeah, Mike, are they spready? Are there wide spreads on them? You said AAOI? 3 days out. Also, okay, so that would be the weeklies.
So just get a little bit of a flush there back near that OP area for ESQ.
Yeah, Mike, I don't know which strike did you say? Which strike? Yeah, I don't know what strike you have, but you know the 88 strikes in the monies, and it's like $1.50 on the spread, 490, or even more than that. It's like $1.70 on the spread, 490 to 660. So it's probably what happened. You got wide spreads on them. You know, sometimes you can get filled if you get somewhere in the middle of the spread, but sometimes in order to get filled, you have to come closer to the bid as opposed to the ask, right?
This gold could be setting up after an hour.
Yeah, after an hour, yeah.
Literally. Just wait for that 5 minute.
$92s. So yeah, okay. So that spread on the 92s isn't as bad, but it's still 340 to 430. But yeah, in order, I think you mean he said in 3 days, so it would be the 20 expiration, which would be this Friday. So the weeklies. But yeah, you probably have to sell them somewhere around the ask, which is at or I'm sorry, at the bid, not the ask, which is at like 370, as opposed to the 430. I don't know what you got them for. I don't know. That gap fill's looking a little better now. 15 minutes on the first hourly close. SPY looking like it wants to give a red inverted hammer here. Unless this can hold. SPY did come back into yesterday's high. Currently trying to hold.
Just got an alert for NUAI. Okay, that was my ad. Okay, cool. Just got fills. Got filled at 105. All right, so now I got filled at 105, so um, I have room to add a couple more contracts if need, but pretty much in for where I want to be. I'll allow it to go back down to the 5.4 area, which is the hourly 20, and maybe add a couple there. Not sure if I even would, but that is a spot. Also, gold is potentially flipping this 5 silver as well, so I'm gonna get ready here, guys, for a potential short gold still. All right. The silver 5, I think, could flip on this bar. The gold still may need one more, but we're under the opening print, so I do like that. I think I'm gonna take a stab. Let's see, is 5 close? Right, that opening print.
QQQ, nice bounce off the open, back above previous day's high.
15 minutes.
Not giving it up. Now the longs look back on the table. I think I hear my wife yelling at my kids. Might try a little NQ here.
I'm gonna wait for this 2-minute bar. This 2-minute closes poor. I'm gonna take it for GC short. If it closes with a topping tail red, I'm taking it. Stops will be like 12, 13 points depending on entry.
I tried a few MNQ at 52. Stop right underneath the previous 5-minute bar, so it is about a 55-point stop, 58-point stop or so. Right around 50.
Let's let this 2-minute reject. If this 2-minute rejects here, I'm taking it short. Stops at 30. So about 12 to 14 points, depending on where the potential entry would be.
First target is back at the highs, so it's about a 1-to-1 R here if we get back to the highs. But I think it has a little more room above if we can break those highs. It's taking the hold of the OP.
All right, guys, just took it right there.
All right, baby, let's give us a NQ pump and a gold dump, eh?
Let's do it. Just gonna look for silver as well. 16.5 entry. Stop is about 14 points, 13 points. 5 hasn't quite flipped yet, but I said if this 2-minute, not the 22-minute, I said if this 2-minute rejects, I'll take it, because then it would show the 5 as flipping, and then with 30 seconds left, I would consider that. So we did also just get back to entry, so everyone should be able to get that entry now. Again, stops are just above this this high here. The 15 is not yet pointed down, which I'm aware of, but the hourly is, 5-minute is back under the opening print. So it's either we go sideways for longer, or this starts to shake out. So let's see. We do have big targets too as well, down towards 49.85s or so. Don't need obviously that much to make it nice. So
SPY looking a little uglier than the Qs. Ugh, I don't hate the look of a SPY short here, so I don't love that for the Q long, but still battling right at previous day's high in the open, so we'll see.
The hourly closes well in about 4 minutes.
True.
Be right back. 1 second, guys.
You're good. Yeah, exactly, Frank. Probably just a sign that should avoid, but that SPY's holding it now. SPY's doing it, but it looks a lot better now. The SPY 5-minute. Let me switch real quick. But the reason I said that it wasn't looking as good, the 5-minute had gotten a stab lower, right? So like made a new low and then rallied into VWAP and rejected, and then we had triggered back underneath the open, and that's when I was like, oh, at the 5-minute sell here, it looks like it could get follow through, but now that we're trying to hold, it looks a little better, so we'll see. NQ's has shown a little bit of relative strength in terms of price action here. We were up about 20 points at one point. But
30 seconds for the hour close as well.
Looks like gold getting a little follow through.
Yeah, you got to break this 15-minute low here, like 50.10.
Yeah.
So if we could break that, I'd feel pretty good. That's the hourly close right there. So ideally, we break this within the first 15 minutes. Get that push lower, but we'll see. If we get like 1 or 2 more 5-minute bars of either sideways or down, I'd consider moving my stop to like 50.26. This only risking about 10 points. But for now, I'm just going to roll what I got. All right, so that's gold breaking that first 15-minute, well, not the first, but the 15-minute low of the day. So if we get some confirmation over there, we should start working to our target. So at least we know that that's not the low of the day. However, the 15-minute still needs to flip to the downside, which will likely take time, unless we just straight shot down, which I don't know if that's likely. So. Let's see. Start to move a little.
The level in the VIX futures at 22.17, and that's exactly where we've been trying to hold here. I'd like to see that break for a move higher.
We're up 9 points, so I'm going to move my stop now a bit to a 10-point stop.
QQQ is still holding and bouncing at VWAP, and Q is still well above its VWAP. Back up about 20 points here.
Ideally, this 5-minute dips a little bit more. I don't like this bottoming tail. I would like it to close under the previous at like 50.10s. We have about 40 seconds for that. Let's see. Definitely not the best, but also the 15 minutes still hasn't flipped, so I'm going to keep a tight leash now. I probably can move the stop even more, but I'm not going to just yet. I'll probably say a 5-minute close above the 20 EMA. I'll exit.
About 30 points here. I've trim set at 25,108. Oh.
This 15 still is not flipped, so again, still holding, just keeping a tighter leash now. I moved the stop to 10 points, but also 5-minute close above the 20. I'd probably exit because that means the 15 could try to hang on, which is not what I want to see.
There you go.
5 minutes to 15. So hoping to get a little bit more push down towards 50, 12, 50, 11s, and then maybe flip the 15 after. That's the goal. I knew I was entering a little early. I mean, I could have maybe taken a portion off for like 9 points. I didn't because at the time it was looking good. You know, obviously just kind of reversed right back on that 1 minute. But we'll see. Still, just hold. The 15-minute also is not flipped down yet on silver, so hopefully this next 1 to 2 bars will give us that confirmation.
Good stuff, Frank. Good stuff. NQ hasn't really gone anywhere here. Just testing my patience. There we go. New low there on the VIX. Let's see if NQ can get any follow.
I'll say now, I think I'm going to make my stop if the 2 minute flips up, whatever that price will be, because at that point, this just could be the bottom. So unless that happens, I'm going to continue to hold, but we'll see. So the 15 did hang on, which I don't love there. I think I'm going to keep a tight leash. Two-minute flip up on the exit. Then this just could be hanging on, and despite the hourly being a downtrend, this could just be lows. So either this bar or the next bar would potentially flip the 2-minute. So within the next 5 minutes, we'll see.
I'm going to tighten my stop on the NQ trade underneath this previous 5-minute bar here. Put it at right under yesterday's high. I'm going to put it at 25. Let's put it at 25.30. 25,030.
Waiting for this next 2-minute bar. If this 2-minute bar holds the flip, I'm going to exit this position. Was up 9 points, but didn't take any.
One second, I just gotta take this phone call real quick. Hello. Good, Rich. How are you? So yeah, guys, stops right underneath this bar here. At this point with this close, I'd like to see us get the follow through either now or if we would erase this this bar. I don't want to be in the trade any longer anyway, so.
All right, I'm getting ready to close this here. It's looking like it's going to be a no dice.
Excuse me.
Bless. All right, guys, I just closed it there at 23.
the VIX new lows there. I really thought this might get a pop back to these highs. Come on. I mean, still could, but.
All right. Well, we gave it a stab. I was up, 9 points. I knew the 15 didn't flip yet, and it did get a full reversal there from those lows. It did get like a 12, 13 point rally. So, just going to probably hold off there. The 5 hasn't flipped back up yet, but my guess is it's going to. So it still could work, but at this point, I need the 15 to flip back down. Otherwise, it could just be chop. It's still an inside daily bar. So keeping that in mind. That's really the main thing I want to do today. But took the NUAI, just basically like at entry, but that's it.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna let this one play out. It'll be my last trade for the day. We have Aaron coming back on for his nooner today. Bust out the do it the stick meme. Do something. Oh my goodness, getting tired.
Watch this oil too, potentially for a short. The 5-minute flipped. I was trying to flip. Hourly inside bar is the only thing, but it looks weak. 5 flip, 15's down. I don't mind this for a potential entry.
All right, let's go. Let's flip this 2-minute bar. Go fill the trim skis here.
Dang, gold's with the fake out.
Yeah, I know.
Oof.
I was just watching that.
Whether they close it and like almost the peak. The 2-minute flipped and now it faked back down. Oh well.
Yeah, that's always frustrating, but part of the game.
Exactly. I wouldn't mind a possible re-entry, but let's see.
So Zach, do you watch any cringy reality TV with your girl?
No, I do not.
No, you don't get into it.
No, I stay away.
I don't watch any of it except for Summer House. That's the one I get
Okay,
into.
fair.
Yeah, I'm watching Paradise. It's a series
Yes, I
on
love that
Hulu.
show a lot. It's a good one. This season, I feel like, has been pretty slow, but it's overall still a good show.
Yeah, it had some interesting stuff. The whole what Elvis house.
I thought the first season was like one of the best seasons like of any show.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Hey, this one's been a
like,
little slower, but I think it's been like interesting the way they've like kind of switched the storyline up. How the first season was like mostly in the bunker, and now this one's mostly out, giving some other storylines.
yeah, I feel like what they've been doing is like it's very slow, very slow, very slow. Then like the end of the episode, it's like crap.
Yeah. It's always a cliffhanger. Yeah. Monarch. What's that on, Frank? I gotta check that out. I've been looking for something new. Everyone was telling me, I think it's like Pluribus or something. It's on Apple TV from Vince Gilligan, the guy who did Breaking Bad. I started watching it. I thought the first like episode or two was good, but then it got like real slow. Origin story of Godzilla. That's pretty wild. It's great. So you're telling me I should stick with it? Don't give up on it? That's what everyone keeps telling me. I'll give it another go. I thought it started great, and then it kind of started getting a little slow.
I'd consider a re-entry in gold if the 5 minute kind of just hangs out right here. But, let's see. It is giving the signs, and the 15 could flip here down, depending on what this next 2 minutes or so does. So let's see.
I need NQ to break over this 90 area here. 25,090. Can't do it. I honestly can see either direction from here, so won't be shocked one way or the other.
Yeah, it's looking like this gold's going to work. I'm just going to hold off, though. I don't want to.
Oh, that was such an annoying fake out on it too.
It's like 9 out of 10 times the 5-minute was about to flip, the 2-minute just flipped back over the opening print, 15-minute failure to go lower. Where again, it still hasn't come close to the target. It's kind of just back where it was.
Yeah.
But even just not selling there, I thought it was the right move. I probably could have just held on. It was only another 2 points, but I just figured, all right, it's probably failing.
Yeah. Yeah, you look at the gold chart today, it looks like it has potential to be tricky. It's kind of been...
Yeah, the daily's flipping to the downside here the first time in a bit. This would actually be the first daily downside flip, actually in a long, long, long time, which is why I liked it for that potential.
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't make it as simple as like, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, currently just it's sitting right there. It's like a doji. When the daily bar is just a doji like that, it's just a tricky.
Yeah, the 15 hasn't flipped down, so that's what my guess is. My guess is that the 15 flips down and probably makes it. Trigger that short, but until then.
Look at the bounce on it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, when gold trends, I feel like it's great, but it definitely can get in these tight ranges too at times.
And that's why I remember I've been saying this for a while, where even if gold sustains the levels that we're at, which it's been doing, right? I said I don't think we're going to see the volatility that we did. Like the ADR is going to shrink a bit. The volatility is going to die down to be a little more tricky to trade. It's not going to be as like I told you earlier in this year, I was like pretty much only trading the overnight sessions, and I actually haven't even traded the overnight session. I don't think once, maybe once, like in March, but I was doing it every night, like literally every night I was doing it, and just not as consistent.
Oh man, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute little red bars here going nowhere on the NQ. But VIX is starting to see a little support, a little bounce here. Starting to feel like lunchtime.
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't know what else I'm doing. I mean, I'd consider the GC if the 15 flips, but it probably will take some time. CL I'd consider, but still an inside hourly. I took my option entry. And then UAI.
I'll give it another 10 minutes here and see if we're still sitting here after the next 2 5-minute bars. May just wrap it up there. Dow definitely gave up its strength. There's a SPY back into the open there. You've still been doing the GameStock app, Zach?
Mm-hmm.
Sitting right back at like break even here on this NQ trade. But the way VIX is bouncing here would not be shocking. We could hold QQQs at VWAP again, which it's been holding. We'll see, but would not be surprised to come get taken out here.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm going to take anything else here. I've just got my options swing, so I think I'm just going to bounce here.
Yeah, I think I'll probably just wrap up with you here. We'll just call it right here. We'll step away. Larry, come take me out. There we go. Not yet. It hasn't taken me out yet. But yeah, we'll just step away here. We'll call that a day for today's live session. There you go. Got stopped. All right. So now we're flat anyway. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Had a chance. We tightened the stop. No biggie there. So we'll grab some lunch and we'll be back at noon for Aaron's Nooner. So we'll see you guys then. Everybody hope you guys had a good morning. We'll catch you this afternoon. Bye, everybody.
Have a good one, guys.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
afternoon, everybody. We are back with Aaron for the nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? How we doing, everyone? Give everybody a minute or two here to get in. Hope everybody had a good morning. Hello, hello. All right, here comes everybody. Hello. Hello. Shalom, Tommy. What's up, Miss Tamika? All right. Miss Amanda, what's up? Idris, how are you? How are things across the pond, Idris? Hope you're doing well. Give everybody about 30 seconds. All right. Okay. Let's get started, guys. All right. So remember, today's pre-FOMC, right? So things can be weird. Things can be wonky. Things can be slow, right? A lot of posturing, a lot of waiting, right? So just be safe this afternoon. Now, here's where we are in the VIX. Okay, our larger, however you want to put it. Okay, we're going into rollover. So what we're doing is we're on the J contract. Okay, so what we're doing is we're taking the lows and highs of the continuous. So just on the J contract, draw from 1580 to 3019. Okay, and that gives us this pullback that we're inside of right here. All right. Now, our series on the way down, okay, coming off of these highs, I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, our series coming off of these highs at our first pullback right here, right there, and we went to and through that target. Okay, when we went to and through that target, we had our first extension short right here. So that's where the VIX is right there. What's up, Mr. Will? All right, right there. And that's drawn from the low at 24.20 on the 16th. Okay. So there's our pullback, right? Hit our target. We had this potential new extension if we were going to go straight down. That broke. So that just means we're making this next pullback. Okay. So that next pullback's up around these 23.25s. All right. If the VIX breaks that, there absolutely could be different resistance anchors to draw from above us, but that would mean we broke a series of shorts coming out of a larger support level, which isn't super good, okay, for the indices. All right, so if I put that 50% back on here, okay, this is where we are right now. So we're inside of that larger support. All this is I just mark that low. It's really not a whole lot of nothing. Okay. But we do still have room to pull back into this next extension level. All right. And this bounce off the profit target, okay, is what has led us into the half gap fill, right? And potentially into the full. If we can make this little squeeze higher. All right, a break of that short setup would be 23.47, round up to 50, add a tick. 23.55s would have to break. Okay? So 23.55s and below, we're still in that extension short. All right? So you can see it's just really slow right now. Be safe this afternoon, everybody. It's just like really slow, which is normal, right, for pre-FOMC. Okay? So there we go. Any questions? Nothing, not a whole lot has changed. We're just going down in these extension shorts, right? Number one, number two, right? Just going down in these extension shorts. All right. Anybody? Any questions? Anybody? Let's look at one thing here. So 2280, let's go to our continuous just to show you guys. All right, so 2280 would put us right about here. Okay. So there's no whole lot of difference, right? 2270, 2280. There's not a whole, we won't see a huge gap here on our rollover. All right, but there's your continuous, but we're looking at the J. Oh, and by the way, a little thing on well, I'll get to it on the indices. Okay. So there we go. That's what we're looking at. All right, we can watch for a 15-minute bar to close red up here somewhere. All right, and see if that's going to roll us over. All right, our financials, not doing a whole lot. We had this little pullback this morning, right? Remember, this is just an index, right? It doesn't have to be technical. Okay, but what we're holding right now is just the middle of this range right here. Okay, that's just from our lows down here on the 12th to our highs on the 13th. All right, that just middle of that range, right? But if bank continues to fall, that's going to put that headwind against the indices, right? If bank lifts off, indices will get a tailwind. Okay, so we can see a scenario if the VIX gets up here and rolls over, and then we get some bank strength coming out of there, we could rally into the afternoon. Opposite, right? Indices are going to be weak. Okay. All right. So go into the ES. Now, this is the new contract, right? ESM. Now, there's a little trick on TOS. If you're having trouble finding this, it's just a bug. You got to do ESM26 and it won't show up in the drop down. Okay. I found this out a while ago after much frustration. It won't show up in the drop down. You just got to hit enter and then it'll show up. Little trick. Never say I didn't teach anything. So there you go. Okay. So here's the new contract. All right. There's our long from lows. We never quite got to that target. Okay. This is the short on the VIX. There's our long from lows. So we don't really know where this potential support is going to be. Okay. Since we didn't hit our target up there, you know, we can draw these overnight lows to highs, but it really doesn't, that actually fights the fill too. It really doesn't matter because it's just when this finds resistance. Okay. So as always, let the VIX be your guide. When it finds resistance and rolls over, okay, that's where the indices are going to bounce, right? So this draw from lows to highs on the indices really doesn't mean anything, and it fights the fill, okay? Now, our half gap fill today, right, this was obviously the high probability event of the half or the full, but we opened well outside of 30 points, all right, and just rallied straight up, right? It's kind of our typical open outside of 30 points from the fill, and we just went straight up. Now, of course, we have made this pullback after the VIX hit its profit target. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. Again, hopefully this is making sense. This long from lows, right? That long from lows. Yeah, it could be there, but you don't want to put a whole lot of faith into draws on the indices because this still has a little bit of room. Okay. Now, if it gets front run and starts to sell off from here, see if we're into that 38.2 yet. Not even, I mean, we're close, but see, this could continue to squeeze until it rolls over, and that would break, more than likely, that would break that long, right? So little tricks and traps of the ES. So just understand that, okay? So we'll see. It's all about where the VIX is at that extension short. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Right? So it looks like the VIX is starting to roll over right now. You don't even have to look at it, right? If this is happening here, then we're finding resistance. Right there. See it? Just like that. Okay, so just let this be your guide. Now, this thing holds and we fall this afternoon, man. Indices can just rally into the afternoon, which wouldn't be abnormal, right? We don't want to make a trading decision off of this, but typically we will rally into FOMC. Okay, so this wouldn't be surprising at all. But this is a pleasant reprieve from the enormous amount of VIX strength that we've had. All right, see if bank can lift off. So there we go. All right. Okay, moving on to the NASDAQ. Show some of my teeth. What in the hell? My cell phone bills do. That's what I just got alerted. All right, here's the NASDAQ. Same thing, there's that long. We haven't hit the target. So could this be here? Yes, it could, if the VIX rolls over at that extension. Okay, so those could absolutely be there. We just don't want to get caught up if they break, but the VIX is still in that short of thinking these are broken. I mean, they're broken, but you guys see what I'm getting at. Okay. All right, so there's a NASDAQ, looks the same, right? What's this doing? Yeah, we're starting to find resistance. We'll see if that holds. Okay. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right, here's the YM. Now remember, think bank, right, with the YM and the Russells. So there's that short next in its series on the YM, and it broke. Okay, it broke. So if we see banks start to lift off here, right, then the YM and the Russells are going to see some strength. Look at the YM. Is that not just awesome? You know what that does, Ed? Right? You know what that does when it does that. So there's the YM just being perfect, right? Just being absolutely perfect. So just same anchor new high, right? That's what we're going to continue to trail up. So the YM now has had a little trend break. All right, it's had a little trend break. So we're looking at the YM. Let's look at the new contract. Oh, now that one pops up. Oh my gosh, my phone's going crazy. Let's see if that broke on the new contract. It doesn't look like it broke on the new contract. Nope, not quite. We're still looking at the continuous here. Okay, so we do have room, right? We do have room. Good job, YM. Now, this is going to mean zero if bank starts to falter and just rolls over, right? It won't, with the YM and the Russells will just fall through their longs. Okay, but if we can get some bank strength, right, we could get our another leg higher, and it would look like this. That is just perfect, right? How cool is that? Geeks me out, Ed. All right, there we go. Oh, Ed, I tried to watch the Godzilla show on season 2, but season 2 is only on Apple TV, and I don't want to pay $15 to watch Godzilla. So, if you guys haven't watched that show, it's not bad. I forget what it's even called, but I watched the full first season. What the hell is that called? I forget. But not too bad, but I'll have to wait for season 2 to come on to Prime or whatever. I don't want to pay $15 just to watch the second season of the Godzilla show. I try to make smart financial decisions. Okay, so there's the YM. All right, here's the Russells. Now the Russells broke that short as well. Okay, this is pretty cool for the Russells. All right, because Russell's been getting beat up. There you go. See, you broke that short. All right, so we'll watch these longs. Okay, bank, if we get some strength, right, we can lift off of these long setups, right? Go Russells, go. It's all about bank, right? So there we go. All right, so there's VIX bank indices. All right, it's all about this right here, little Megan trainer. It's all about that VIX right there. Okay. See if we make any larger squeeze into this or we roll over. Or I mean, we could break it too, but I'm not really assuming that's going to happen. Just looking at your comment, Ed. All right. Any questions? Anybody? Anything you might have missed? Very good. Okay. All right. Moving on to Bitcoin. Really hadn't done much today. We still are waiting on this pullback. Okay. Still these longs leading us up into that larger short. We had long number 1, long number 2. This would be long number 3. Still waiting for this pullback. Just be very careful fading these down, right? Because the trend is up right now. So fading these down is, right? Not the highest probability. But from our lows on March 8th to our highs on the 16th, there's our pullback. We'll start watching this around the 38.2. Okay. Thanks, Edward. See you, buddy. All right. So there's Bitcoin. Let's go to spot. Right. Got it all set up and everything. Okay. There we go. You guys got this? Let me make sure. Okay. All right. Hang on. Jeez. I'm all over the place here. Okay. There we go. All right. So Bitcoin spot. Remember, we've got our October 6th highs to lows. That's what we're waiting on, is this pullback up here. All right. In the meantime, here's that series of longs leading us up. It's looking pretty much like the futures. There was that last pullback target right there coming off the target. So make a new high. Okay, so that's the pullback we're waiting on. All right, from these lows on March 8th to highs. All right. We got this. Well, we still got that larger target above us. We still got a larger target up here at 77,392. All right, but that's the next little worker bee move inside of the bigger one that could get us there. Okay. All right. So there's Bitcoin spot looking just like the futures right now. Nothing too crazy. See if this one hit almost perfect. Yep, almost perfect right there. Right there. Okay. So there's that next pullback. All right. Stocks. Stocks. What do you guys want to see? It's not showing? I swear I switched it over. Hang on. That's what I was looking at. Maybe it didn't switch over. All right. Hopefully that did. All right. You got it now? Anybody? It switched that time? Hopefully. Okay. All right. So here's where we are. No different than, really no different than the futures markets. Okay. We've still got these larger targets up here at these 77,392s, but we're just drawing from this low on March 8th, right? There's number 1. There's number 2. There's number 3. All right. So pretty much identical to futures right now. All right. But again, be very careful fading this move down here. You can get a little choppy poppy up here as it's making its pullback. Okay. All right. So I saw some stocks coming in. What do we got? All right. Stocks. Semi. What the heck does that mean, Mr. Paz? I have no idea what any of that means. Someone needs Cody or Sturmio and a debrib sub. No idea what that means. Semi and Tesla, yes. Look. Right. Is this like an SMCI? What's the underlying on this? Is SMCI the underlying? Mary Rose? Thanks, Idris. See you, buddy. Oh, that's how to hack TVs, Mr. Pass. I gotcha. I can't tell much on this, Mary Rose. Combination of different semiconductors. Okay, let's take a look here. On, let's see. Let's look at SMCI first. Oh, that's microcomputer. What am I thinking? What's the one you guys always look at? The semiconductor ETF. Somebody help me out. What's that one y'all always look at? Yes, absolutely nice dividends. Look at that again. What are these? What are we doing? 52%. Yay. It's paid monthly, 10th. Oh, weekly? Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I need that, whatever that semiconductor you guys always look at, an ETF. I don't really have much to say about this as far as the trend, because I need that underline. But yeah, that's no joke, Mary Rose. That's no joke on those. That's no joke at all. SOXX, that's what it is. Let's look at that. There we go. Okay. There we go. There's that extension long. So this looks pretty good, right? Extension from July 10th of 24 to this high on January of 26 of this year. There's a pullback, no target. There's the pullback tapped right there. See if we've broken the short yet. Not quite. If we can pop our head over this short, those semis could be good. That could be good, Mary Rose. Yeah, I would watch this. I would watch this. Yeah, that's a nice one. That is a nice one. Oops. Okay. What was I doing? Tesla. What's this stupid thing to get off here? Yeah, let me see if I can get this off. There we go. What is old Tesla doing? Let's see. There we go. Get rid of some of this. Remember, it had this big pullback to make. Okay, so there's the pullback we're watching, right? And we're getting into the 38.2. We're getting into it here. So that's from the low on April 7th of last year to December of last year. There's the pullback. So let's zoom in here. All right, so we haven't quite broken this next short setup. That's the big thing we're watching, right? Is this high on February 12th to this low on March 3rd. There's our pullback, no target, pullback, couldn't do it, right? Couldn't break it, right back down. So if we can poke our head above these 416.94s, might look for pullbacks then that would lead you higher, okay? But we don't know that we've hit support yet, right? Because we haven't broken a short, at least on the 4 hour. Now you could go down and look at tiny stuff, right? And make the case that this short broke. Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry, it didn't. That's still there too on the 1 hour. So that's rough getting long on that, right? That's rough getting long on that one right now. It's going down in a series of shorts, kind of going sideways, but we need to break one of those. I would look at breaking the 416.94s and then look for that pullback. That's how I would look at that one. All right. Who Who asked for that? Omar, you get that, Omar? All right, and then SMH, yeah. Look at that. Do I look at, is this one I look at? Oh, this is what you're asking about the semiconductors. Okay. Yeah, there's another one. I broke that. Boom, boom. Here's these extensions right here. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna watch that right there. All right. Okay. Any other stocks, anybody? Everybody good? Yeah, thanks, Omar. Yeah, I figured that out after I pulled it up. Okay. All right, let's get moving on here. Crude oil is a falling. Keep falling, crude oil. All right. There we go. Okay. So crude oil. I got short crude oil up here. That's why I'm talking about this. So here's crude oil. All right. It ran into this short. Now we had obviously the big run up with the war and all that stuff. And get rid of this. Okay. We had that big rip and we ran into that short. And that was just from this high up here that we put in on the 8th all the way down to our lows on the 10th. Never broke. Right? Never broke. Now inside of this, we know that we can potentially fall all the way back down, right, to at least these 89.59s. Now, I really wouldn't want to trust that because we traded the short first, right? But here's the series that's going on inside of this thing. All right. So coming off of those highs, right, this is that bigger short that we didn't break. So coming off those highs, we held this first pullback, right? Let me get rid of that one. We held this first pullback right here, okay? So traded resistance, just the opposite of our rhyme, right? Traded resistance, broke the long, and then we dropped the short. And that's where I got in. All right, just a little bit ago, okay? So targets are down here at 92.75. All right, and then the larger targets of this move, if we jumped into that trend, would be down here at these 90.77. So crude oil's in a little downtrend here, all right, which it's really been correlating with the indices. Now, usually it really doesn't, but, you know, seeing crude oil fall has kind of given a boost to the indices, but we'll see. All right, more than anything, it's about rates, right? Lower the energy. We don't want really high energy costs for any reason, right? Okay, so there's crude oil. Not a whole lot to do at this moment. There was an entry up here, and we'll see if we can get to these targets. All right, now gold and silver. Where'd my GC go? Okay, remember gold had this pullback to make, right? We've been waiting on this thing. Okay, here's the larger move. All right, we traded this massive long, broke the short from highs. We've been talking about that. This pullback is what we've been watching. Okay, from our lows, excuse me, February 1st to our highs down here. Haven't quite gotten there yet, and we haven't broken a short to confirm that we've traded support. Okay, so here's what we're watching. That right there. All right. So one of two things, right? Either we continue to roll over and get down to our support, which is actually the profit target of this short setup, or we break that and then we can look for pullbacks. Okay, right now just straight sideways. But we're still getting support. I mean, before we even get to this larger long down here. All right. Now we are getting some dollar weakness, so that's helping. All right, not a whole lot to do right there. Now on silver though, here's this larger long setup we're in. Okay, it's from these lows on February 5th to our highs on March 1st. We're still inside of that. We haven't broken that. Okay, but that's where we're pinned, right? We're pinned between this long and this short above us. And that's where things are getting just really tight here. Okay, it's like trying to trade in a phone booth. All right, so there's the short above us, just from our highs on the 9th to our lows. Okay, we ran into that 38.2. All right, and then there's this long that we're sitting inside of. So this is rough sledding in here right now. I don't really want to do much on silver unless you're just accumulating, right? So we'll see, right? Not a whole lot going on in the precious metals. All right, but if we do hold this, eventually we're going to get a move either up or this is going to break and we can fall. All right, but just not a whole lot going on in here. All right. Okay, so now onto the dollar. So we're actually in dollar weakness trades, which we haven't seen in a while. And that's contributing to especially the indices, temporary bullishness we have. So here's DXY, not the dollar, but a bunch of different currencies from March 13th to lows. There's the pullback, right? There's the target. We haven't hit this target yet. Okay, so we'll just leave this draw where it is. But if this continues to fall, that's more dollar weakness. That's bullish for the precious metals, bullish for the indices. All right, onto the actual currencies themselves. Okay. All right. Mr. Paz, you said precious metals. I don't know what you were asking. Okay. So here's the dollar yen in shorts, leading us down. Okay. Its next long or potential support level is down here from March 10th to our highs on March 13th. There's the pullback. But look at these shorts leading us down. First one is a little bit sloppy, right? And then we got this next short right here leading us down into those larger targets. All right. So that's what it looks like right there. Okay. So larger targets below us. This is all dollar weakness, right? All dollar weakness, which again, we haven't seen in a while. Oh, okay, Mr. Best. All right. And here's the euro. Just inverse, right? Euro still has this larger resistance level above us, but we've still got room. So this larger extension is drawn from this low on February 5th to our lows. We've already traded from this once. I traded from right there. There's number one target. Number two. So that's up here. Right? Make sure I got this drawn right. There we go. Okay, so that's up here at these 115.89s. So you can see we're in this trend now. We're in an uptrend. So anything above us is going to have to break our uptrend, which is pretty cool because we haven't had this for a while. All right, here's our first pullback off of lows. This was beautiful touch, right? We were in a smaller extension short. It broke. This was the first pullback. Just gorgeous. Haven't hit that target quite yet. So we need this little worker bee move here. Need to stay above these 114.95s to keep leading us higher. All right. So pretty cool. That's all dollar weakness. All right. Okay. So what do we got? All right. So the VIX ran into resistance. That's a front run of resistance. Okay. Front run of resistance right there. Now let's see. We haven't broken this long from lows, but anyway, that's what the VIX is looking like, right? And as long as that continues to melt down this afternoon, then indices can catch a bid, right? They can catch a bid and keep going higher. What's bank doing? Bank's still sideways, right? So going into the afternoon, VIX sideways to down, indices sideways to higher. There we go, lifting off that half gap fill. Look how slow that's taken, or look how long that's taking, right? just low, guys. So be safe. Okay. But indices, I haven't said this in a while. Indices are in longs, VIX is in shorts. Right? Indices in long, VIX is in shorts. All right. Let's see if we can get crude oil to make it through those lows. Okay. Any questions on where we are? Anything you might have missed? Again, be safe this afternoon. It could be slow. It could be slow and weird, kind of like Ed. So, Ed's not even on to hear that. Yeah, so just be safe. Day before FOMC. All right, thanks, thanks, Miss Mary Rose. Got that, Tamika. All right. Welcome, Miss Paz. Welcome, Mary Rose. Okay, guys. Tyler, you got us. Quick
Yes,
one.
sir. Yes, sir. That Ed chirp was good. I gotta clip that one and post it so you can see it.
The what?
The Ed chirp. It could be slow and
Oh,
weird like Ed. Oh, that's good. I like that.
Very good. All right. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you next time.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. All right, guys. That's where we're gonna wrap it for today. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. We'll see y'all there. So if you're still trading this afternoon, like Aaron said, trade safe. FOMC tomorrow.